Hey, Tracy. Oh, crud. Just skew. Hey, Wendy. I have been doing well, Tracy. Thank you. How have you been? God, this thing's gonna be huge. Whoa! Hello, just me. How long's it been? A year? I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Nice clear picture. That's awesome. I've made the decision to change my insurance provider. Fuck. My internet guy. As soon as Starlink is available in my area, I'm going to sign up for that because they're promising super low latency. I think that's my biggest issue is the latency. But I guess I've got no basis of comparison because how long's it been? June? I think June was my last live. I don't even remember anything about June. I think it was rainy. I think we had 3 weeks of rain. Pauline! Haha! That's what it is. I only need to be told twice. But I'll probably remember it until April and then forget everybody next November. So I had a chart here of how long it took to print all these pieces, and I'm at 120 hours, and it's going to be done in 8 minutes. Ain't that something? Right when I run out of filament too. Nice. Yeah, 120 hours to print. So the 3D printer's pretty well been going steady all week. And that doesn't include 3 misprints. Because the printer doesn't like to do overhang, as you can see by the ugliness there underneath. It doesn't like to print outside the layer before. How's work? I've been laid off since November 4th, something like that. Living off the government until April. Then I'll go back to work. See how old this stuff is. Whenever the last video I did where I painted anything black, that was the last time I used this stuff, and it's only about 1/3 of a bottle, so I'll bet you it's going to be half snot. Might not be that bad. Brought everything in the kitchen sink to the office before the live stream, and you didn't get any popsicle sticks? Yeah. Hubby's not working either. So it sucks being home with him all day, or it sucks not having the income? Probably a bit of both. I wasn't laid off because of the economy. My layoff was a seasonal layoff. I knew it was coming the second I signed up for it in March, so it wasn't much of a surprise. Well, I should correct myself. It wasn't a surprise at all. What am I doing? A whole 4 of you? Oh yeah. Sorry, my brain decided to not work for a half a second there. So I just glued these pieces, so I'm going to let that glue sit. God, that's going to look ugly. Next up from that is that piece. Greg! I am making a space needle. I think this is the next piece. Yeah, that's the next piece. Just paint it up a bit, set it aside, because those windows were black along there. And then that guy's going to be black. Those girders are gray. Ooh, look at that. That piece is done. Four wraps left on the winch line. Some of my cold weather, I'm trying to get rid of it. I think Greta Thunberg's full of it. Like it was minus, it was about minus 10 Fahrenheit here for a couple of days. It's just starting to warm up. It just warmed up to about 0. I think it's about 0 Fahrenheit out there. Maybe a little warmer than that. Maybe 5. And I have since put a glass plate on the printer. So I'm printing on a piece of glass, and I didn't adjust the printer's the height change in the settings for how high I could print. And it left Left it open. You can almost see through it. You can almost see the light at the end of the tunnel there. So it needed 5 more millimeters, which is about the thickness of the glass. And I didn't adjust that in the printer settings. So it was trying to go down when it was already at the bottom. It was making all kinds of racket. It was ugly. Oh yeah, it's going to warm up to about 30 degrees here in the next couple of days. We'll probably open up the golf courses for a day or two. Golfers are crazy, I tell you. And no, I don't golf. Uh-oh. That doesn't fit at all. Well, son of a bitch anyway. Yeah, that's the end it. Oh. That's the wrong piece, numbnuts. Ha! I'm okay, guys. Holy cow. I was gonna have to get all upset. It wasn't gonna be good. Wasn't gonna be good. David! What's going on? Where have I been? I have no idea. I'm sure it was exciting. What a guy. Turns himself away from the light and then paints in the darkest part. Must be Monday. Starting to resemble something. Wherever you go, that's where I'll be. But why do I have to go? Why can't I just be? Don't have to go anywhere. It's cold outside. Yeah, that little piece was getting me all excited. I think it'll be okay, and I'm probably going to break it by the time it lines itself up. Of course, I don't have the camera turned down there, so you guys don't have a damn clue what I'm talking about, do you? There. If anyone wants to hop on with me and not say anything while I'm not saying anything, you're welcome to do that. Pants are required, at least in the early part of the evening. What the fuck was that? This weird tone came into the headphones. It's like a boom. Unless it's just what I'm smoking, but that's not even that strong. No, no one's waiting. I don't have that. I don't have that. There it goes again. I don't have that turned on, so it doesn't make a sound when someone wants to pop on. Just in case someone clicks on the link that I don't like, I can just pretend that, oh, I didn't see you. Oh shit, I'm live and I said that. Now y'all know my secrets. And it's basically my way of not hurting your feelings. Because if you hear the tone, and then everybody who's watching hears that tone, so then the guy who wants to come on knows that the notification was given that someone wants... I have thought about it lots, and there it is again. It's like a giant drum, like the biggest bloody drum you've ever heard of, with a soft striker. Boom. Deep bass, really deep bass. Plus I'm just tripping. Or the chord's hitting something. I guess it doesn't matter. Leave a message after the tone. So I'm not... What do you mean not gonna let them in? Here, I'll show you. How do I show you? There. That's what I'm looking at. See right there. There's nobody here. That's me and that's looking at me. Whatever that means. There's like 5 people here. Half of them are probably sleeping. I can't imagine what the other 2.5 people would be doing. Ooh, should use a different brush for that. It's something in the headset. Because I know these caps are actually part of the speaker, those outer caps. And there was a trick. I think you can take these caps out and put in a, I think they said it was an American silver dollar. Like literally just press them in and then It's supposed to give you deeper bass and sound. I don't know, never tried it. I don't have any American money. I've got a couple of US quarters, that's about it, and I think a dime. They don't give me real money up here. Did I sign up for Starlink? I signed up for the beta test. Like they have my email address and everything, and they did send a whole bunch of dishes up to Pekanjicum in northern, I think that's in northern Ontario or northern Manitoba, which it is further north than me on the globe. So they could reach me, but as soon as it's available, I'll be signing up for them for sure. And you're waiting for me to break out in song. I said in the description, Tracy, the music is in my head. You gotta smoke 2 joints and chill out, and then you can join me. Hey, Snobby! Yo, yeah, I was just watching your video a little while ago, Snobby, where you almost cooked yourself. I have a friend. I have a friend when he was, I think he was about 7 or 8 years old. He was at the kitchen counter cutting ads out of a newspaper. And he didn't notice the cord for the toaster was underneath that newspaper, and he cut into the toaster cord. And the handle side of the scissors, I just happen to have a set here, right in here, they welded. Where the cord had cut, it had burned the top blade, and the top blade was curled down. And his mother, she's getting up there in age. Like he's about 15 years older than I am. But to this day, she has those scissors hanging up on her wall in the kitchen as a safety trophy, because he should have died that day. How he didn't die, he just had a little 2nd-degree burn on his finger. That's about it, just on the inside of his thumb. Crazy, absolutely crazy. And it's just, that's all it takes, is just a half a second not to think about something. I wasn't actually watching the video right when your snippers came down. I was paying attention to a different screen, but as soon as I heard that pop, I knew what happened. But thanks for popping in, Snobby. It's good to see you. Yeah, keeping busy is a good thing. Idle hands are the devil's playpen. It's little girders. It's a pain in the ass to paint them. I basically have to gob it on there and then come back after the bubbles pop and smooth it all out. Third world problems though, right? First world problems, I guess. You know what I mean. That's hauling ass, isn't it? Isn't that what that's called? Sure smells like it when you turn down the right direction. Or I guess the wrong direction. Man, my boss is all weirded out. He's like, don't show my face or anything. But I knew he wasn't going to mind. I guess I can show it off before I set it aside. Show it off and it's not even done. Leaving out details. It's the details, people. And my paintbrush went and kicked, so this should be interesting. So yeah, he is going on like don't show my face or nothing. But I think he was expecting kind of a satirical video. And I had something visioned in my head a little more professional than that. So I snuck in that shot on when the camera is mounted on the loader, on the mirror of the loader, so you can see the company name on the arm. But he actually had a phone call from one of his customers going, you know, I saw, you know, you're on YouTube. That was funny. Now this is the piece that the printer was working on when I started the live stream. So I haven't gotten any of the trimmings, because it makes those long here. There's those weird little, I don't know, gobs, boogers. I'm actually looking at replacing the 3D printer. Something a little more modern, that's a little quicker. Cheaper parts. Oh my good God. Doesn't matter what kind of parts I need. It's going to be anywhere between $75 and $95 to ship it. Just on shipping. And a nozzle, for crying out loud, is $4 from them. But I've been eyeing up that if you've got a second monitor and you want to check out what I'm talking about, it's the Creality CR30. They call it a print mill. And like this one, hey Rebecca, like this one, the Z-axis is limited because it'll only go down so far. So you can only print, you know, so high of an object. But it's actually set up on an angle, on a 45-degree angle to the print bed, and the bed is actually a conveyor belt. So you can print, you know, an infinite length. Your only limit would be the size of the room. I've been eyeballing that little piece of equipment, but I've also been looking at the resin printers. And I believe the CR30 is called Naomi Wu's printer. I think she had something to do with the design. And Naomi Wu, aka Sexy Cyborg, is Creality's YouTube ambassador. Of course, I could probably save some money with shipping and just have everything sent over to Snobby. Then he could probably find something cheaper than UPS Super Saver to send it to me, huh? Because I can't get parts for this machine outside of the Netherlands. It's the only thing I don't like about it. I've got some universal parts. Bought that off Amazon. If the universal one works, then I can use nice cheap universal nozzles. Is it 0 yet? I think so. Hey Google. Minus 13 Celsius to Fahrenheit. It's 8.6 degrees out there. So it's almost a heat wave. You don't need to go to Amsterdam. The only reason you want to go to Amsterdam is the same reason you can come to Canada and do the same thing. Of course, you'll have to try to find a lounge where you can sit and smoke. But I know a guy. Get out of there. There. Tell me where postage hasn't gone up. I think throughout the summer, basically all year, like Canada Post has said they've been exceeding Christmas level parcel volumes. And they leased 4,000 new vehicles and hired 15,000 new workers. Hey, lobster. I'm building a space needle, Rebecca. And it's going to be big. I've got the link for the model for the STL file in the description. To give credit to the guy who made the STL file, right, is the main thing. I figured I should start doing that rather than look up somebody else's work on the internet and download it and print it and not give any attributes. So anytime I'm doing the 3D print thing, I will credit the guy who made the model. Because that's only the right thing to do, isn't it? Why not? Yeah, the only work on the farm is selling grain and plowing snow. I also might make, like, I'm gonna be making some really cool buildings. Like, I'm eyeballing the, might as well do the Calgary Tower, right? Because that's Alberta's famous tower. And it actually, if you've never been to Seattle or Calgary, you would probably confuse the two because they do look very similar. So I'll probably make a Calgary Tower. I'll probably make a CN Tower out of Toronto. Just to have some really cool buildings, skyscrapers. Like these are 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 pieces. If I made it in one piece, it probably only would have taken 10 or 12 hours to build. But I want buildings, famous buildings, and I might do a famous rocket collection as well. You have the space shuttle for sure with the fuel tanks and booster rockets on it. I did come across a really neat model. It's actually kind of a lamp. It's see if I can find it for y'all, because I can't think of the words to give it justice. It's impressive. It's on top of a plume cloud, like it's a shuttle at launch, but it's actually a lamp. So the plume will light up. Something like that. But that's not even as impressive as I would like it to be. There's that one, which is kind of cheesy because it's all messed up. See, the booster rockets are separating, but that's usually done like, what, 10 miles up? But the plume would suggest that you're just on liftoff. So That doesn't work in my head. My printer was $1,200 brand new. Of course, I didn't pay that. You can find something on AliExpress for $100, but you're probably going to get frustrated with it and give up. You can, like the desktop models of this size, this is probably considered one of the larger, like, consumer level 3D printers. You can, like, $300. I had to read that 3 times. I was like, what the hell is LS Picker? List Picker? I don't know why my head hung up on that so tight, to be honest with you. I was going to get all excited and break out the Bondo. And I thought, well, if I'm going to be Bondoing in this tiny little office, I probably need the exhaust fan going. And yes, I do have an exhaust fan in this office. Then you wouldn't be able to hear anything I'm saying. I guess I don't really talk either. What am I going to do with it? I'm going to display it proudly. Maybe when I clean out my house, when I go to build my next house, I'll probably sell it. Sell my collection just to make it easier. And this one actually is threaded. So it's actually designed to be broken down into smaller pieces. Well, that's all. It's just for me. But like I've said before, the reseller in me puts a price on everything. Even though I don't name it, everything does have a price. And really, this took me a week plus a few hours. So really, for me to sell it, the union worker in me would want a week's worth of wages, right? Krillin! There. I messed up and painted a white part black. So that's that one done. Only an hour? I've only been sitting here for an hour. My bum doesn't even feel it. Oh yeah, holiday pay, overtime, RRSP contributions. Forget it. No one will ever pay that. Might as well drink up the tea while it's half warm. Yeah. The only thing is, that was two pieces, and I actually glued them together. They did have a design inside there. You can kind of see it. They did have a design where it was threaded and you just kind of screwed it together. But since my printer didn't print that part right, I had to resort to glue for that part. No biggie. This painting, that's gonna suck. I don't wanna. Stay in there. Hoo-wee! That glue hasn't cured yet, you guys. That would have been a hell of a lot of... That actually would turn out really cool. That'd be really neat if you could rotate the... Make the restaurant rotate. That'd be really cool. It could be done. I think it's the same. You're basically making a diorama that you can see from all angles. That's all it is. Glass could be acrylic, piece of acrylic. If I make one, Rebecca, you'll get a deal on it. Depending on how high-tech of a printer I get. Hey, Pat, good to see you. Does that look like anything to you yet? I suppose that's the top of every skyscraper in North America. It's a Space Needle, Pat. Made it piece by piece, as big as the printer would make each piece. This is actually the largest model I've made so far. Oh yeah. Went and got all sloppy. How am I gonna get that now? When in doubt, cut it off, right? That's what the medical system does, doesn't it? Oh, you don't need a gallbladder. We'll just cut it out of there. Eesh. All that fuss, and you know I could probably just turn it. And that part can be at the back. No one would know. Good night, Rebecca. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. That's going to be a ball ache to paint that. Gotta get her done. Only need those on if I'm talking to somebody. Good night, Wendy. I might use the needle to get in there. It might be easier. With the antenna on there and the wet paint in the bottom, I can't put this thing down anywhere. Aha! There. Oh, and that's right down next to the mic. How did that sound? I'm gonna have to play that one back later. I bet that sounds friendly. Oh, hell. pain in the ass no matter what I use. Hot Mess Thrifter, hello, hello. I almost feel like I should know who you are. If I know your name, I do apologize. Good night, Lobster. See you next time, brother. Yeah. Amy. It's ringing a bell. Are you from Edmonton? Like, was it the Resellers Roundtable where we made acquaintance? It's ringing a bell, but I don't know how many bells yet. I don't know how many bells it's ringing. But yeah. Problem is, I've been off YouTube for so long.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
Hello. I figured this would be easier than typing. Actually, I met you through, oh gosh, Hip Flippin' Mama, Nate, Everyday I'm Hustling, Anthony, Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
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 it's been a
I'm.
while since I've talked to you.
Yeah, I kinda recognize your voice.
I'm actually from Missouri.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a. Yeah, the one I'm from Edmonton. I'm thinking of. Hot and Thrifter is in the name. I know that.
There's, so many people have similar names. It's hard to keep up. I get confused when
Yeah.
there's somebody in the chat named Amy, because most people call me Amy, which I'm fine with.
Yeah.
And when they're like, hi, Amy, and I'm like, wait, we already said hi. And then I'm like, who else are they talking about? But yes, it's been, I remember you were on late one night and I had an eBay offer and they were offering me more than what I had it listed for.
Oh, one of them.
Yeah, and you advised me to decline it and then turn them in. And turns out that that was exactly what you had said, that they were trying to just get access. Like to where I would send it to them and then they were going to cancel it because they were a known person to do that. So I was like,
Yeah.
that would have sucked so bad because I've only been a reseller for like almost a year and a month. Like I just celebrated my 1 year mark.
Oh, yeah.
So I think at that time, maybe 3 months into it, and
Hmm.
I just found it really weird that somebody did that. That's why I was like, so what do I do? It's just, why would you give me more money than I'm offering that I have it up for?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. And they weren't even worth the 75 that the person offered.
Yeah, I remember you now.
I figured once you heard my voice and maybe like clues like that, I was like, he knows who I am. I know. But I went by my name then. I didn't go by Hot Mess Thrifter.
Oh, yeah.
I changed the name like I want to say it was like 4 months after I started. I actually do my own like the whole time I was like never doing a live. I'm never gonna do my own auctions. Like I do it all now. I don't show my face too often, but I feel more comfortable not showing my face. It's weird when I see myself on the screen. It's like I'm talking to myself.
Yeah, when you're talking, you tend to watch yourself on the panel, right?
Instead of like watching the chat or just paying attention to what I'm doing. So yeah, I
Yeah.
don't do that too often.
I get a
I
kick
used
out of the
to.
ones that stare into their camera. And
It's kind of creepy. It's like they're staring into your soul or something.
yeah, like geez, can they see what I'm doing right now or but yeah, like I'm a face-to-face person. I like to look into your eyes when I'm talking to you kind of thing. It's more there's a better connection there, I think.
Right.
But when two people on a live stream are doing it, like your camera is never right in front of the monitor, so both people are kind of looking off to the side. But that's the face-to-face conversations now, where you're not
That's how I
actually
am
looking at the.
when like there's a
Not,
person like not on camera, but like when somebody's standing in front of me and I'm talking to them, I can't I can't look at the other direction or somebody being in between us. It's I have to like look at them when I'm talking to. I'll lose my train of thought if I don't. Just like talking to you now, you can't tell, but I'm looking at you as I'm talking.
yeah,
If you hear noise, like it sounds like a building's falling, it's my neighbors are just being loud tonight. Like nobody's trying to kick in my door or anything. If you hear it,
huh?
they get pretty loud. I just heard their whole conversation through the floor. It's nuts. It's the joys of living in an apartment.
Yeah, yeah. I remember like I lived in an apartment when I went to college, and there was one day the people in the floor above me redid their entire apartment with flat pack furniture. So there was a week they were assembling IKEA furniture.
Oh wow.
And there was a lot of, the tap into place
Mhm.
instead of put the pin in and then turn the lock and then it won't move. There's yeah, they were unless they had 18 bookshelves and they were pounding the back panel on all those bookshelves, but yeah, a week just tap 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 tap.
We have okay, so I live in like the back of the building. So I have like where my kitchen is, there's one neighbor. Where my living room is a different neighbor, and then I have the one underneath me.
Oh, weird.
The only thing I can say is I'm just really glad I'm not one of the middle apartments that only has one wall that's not attached to the neighbor. I have two right now, which is
Uh,
good. But the one downstairs, she's always loud, like slamming doors. It sounds like she's hanging pictures 24/7 half the time. So it's kind of annoying. The one that lives like on the other side of my living room, sometimes I can hear his TV when he's watching sports, but that's whatever. I can overlook that. It's not that big of a deal. And then the ones that live in the front of the building, they have a 2-year-old little boy, and he's figured out that running into the wall and bouncing off of it is funny. So it's very it's very interesting sometimes around here.
thump 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 crash.
Right. That's what I heard too. 'Cause I was in the kitchen doing something, and all of a sudden I could hear him running, and then all of a sudden I hear boom, and then I waited like to hear a cry or something, and he goes, "That was fun, Mom. I'm gonna do it again." Boom.
All proud of himself.
I was like, my kids used to do that too. So I know
For
how to overlook the kid noise. That doesn't bother me.
yeah, I was the coach. I would I would start back in the kitchen and just full tilt around. Like the kitchen and the living room are together, but there's a wall and then two doorways on either end. I'd start at one doorway, go through the kitchen, come up the other doorway, and it was just a nice gentle curve from that point, and then a straight line to the couch. And I'd hit that couch so hard I'd almost flip it over. But I just thought that was the best thing.
I was obviously I'm not like, well, not obviously to you, but most people would know. I've met so many people on here. I can't keep everybody straight on who I talk to all the time and who I don't anymore. But
I hear you.
when I was younger, I was more of the tomboy than the girly girl. Like I wanted to
Oh
wear
yeah.
dresses, but I wanted to make mud pies. You know, like at the same time wearing my dress. That was just how I was. And my mom and dad had just moved into their house, or no, just moved into. I think I want to say I was like 5. They just moved into a new place, and I wanted to go surf. I called it surfing down the steps, and they're like, "No, you can't do that." And I got in trouble for it, but I would take a cardboard box. You know, I don't know. You're in Canada, so it might not be the same. But how old like Pepsi boxes? It wasn't a cube. It was like a piece of cardboard with a thick plastic around it, like the water comes in. And I would
Oh
sit
yeah,
and
like the tray. It was a tray,
yeah,
and then
yeah, that I would
gotcha,
sit in it
gotcha.
and go down the steps. Luckily, it never like flipped me. Like I would just like coast down the steps in it. But my mom caught me one day. She thought I was running down the steps. I never told her different, that I was actually sliding in this box. She caught me one day and she
Yeah,
goes,
you don't.
"What are you doing? You're gonna break yourself." And I'm like, "But I do it all the time." I did, like all the time. She would always think that I was running, and I was like, "Yeah," because I knew I'd get in trouble if she knew. But we had they weren't carpeted. They were, that stick together tile stuff or side by side tile stuff. It's almost like the
Uh,
linoleum.
like that laminate
Yeah, yeah, kind of like that.
click
So that
pieces
plastic,
click together.
yeah, then that plastic, when it hit that, it didn't stop it. It made it go faster. It was so fun.
I tried the laundry basket.
Right.
Riding the laundry basket down the stairs.
I never
And
did that.
yeah, I think I rolled about 8 times.
My
I
kids
ended
wanted
up
to
just
know.
rolling down the stairs.
My kids wanted to know, since I told them that they had new mattresses on the way. They asked when we take these to the dumpster if they can ride them down the steps because I live upstairs. So I'm like, no. And then my 14-year-old, she's like, how much trouble are we going to get in if we do it anyway? Like, honestly, I probably, as long as they weren't hurt, I probably wouldn't even care.
Yeah.
It's just concrete at the bottom of the steps. And a pretty far drop if the banister breaks because it's kind of loose. So if they hit it a certain way, it might fall. They're
Mm.
daredevils. I'm not like that anymore. I'm think I'm scared of everything nowadays. When I was a kid, there was like no fear on anything.
The only thing I had to worry about when I was little was pneumonia or poking my eye out. Those are the only two things that I could ever get. Like, don't run with that, you'll poke your eye out. Don't wear your coat or you're going to catch pneumonia. Those
All
are the only
right,
two things that would ever, would ever ail me.
I told one of my girls that today we were leaving. I'm like, you're wearing a t-shirt, and it was like 34 degrees Fahrenheit here, so it's pretty cold to us. Well, actually, this time of year it's actually kind of warm for us because normally it's like 12 degrees and snow and
Oh
ice.
yeah.
So, it's been closer to 40 for the most part, except for yesterday, today. Monday, if that helps. I don't even know. I'm assuming that you're on the same day I am. Is it
I'm in
Tuesday for
Mountain
you?
Time.
But
It
it's
is
Tuesday for
early
you, right?
Tuesday morning. It's
Okay,
early
that's what I
Tuesday,
thought.
yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, our weather's been really crazy. Like
Yeah,
3 days
we're just
ago, it
coming out
was
of
like
a
70.
oh wow.
Right.
Yeah, we're just coming out of a cold snap now.
And I think
Like
we're just
it's
getting it because it's starting to get a little colder here. I think it's like 25 degrees right now.
we had one hell of a cold snap in October because there was a typhoon in Korea that pushed the wind north and it went over the North Pole and pushed that Arctic air down over like the western side of Canada. So it dropped like 25 degrees in 24 hours.
It kind of sounds like our weather's opposite. Because on like Halloween, we'll go from that time. Like Halloween, it was 72 degrees. Last year on Halloween, it was 11.
Yeah, yeah. Our Halloween too was mild
Yeah,
versus
like it
last year.
was,
I think last year most of the kids wore costumes that are 2 or 3 sizes too big so they could fit over top the winter coat.
right? My kids they're at the age though, they don't really care to go. Like stuff they would do when they were younger, they're kind of growing out of that. My youngest is 13. I have 13, 14, 17, 18. So my
Okay.
boys have already outgrown it, which are the two older ones. My girls are the younger two. And they're like, can we just like eat some junk food and watch movies? And I'm like, of course we can do that. I don't have to buy costumes that they're never going to wear again and all the makeup and stuff. They don't have to worry about any of that. We watched Netflix movies, and I think it cost me maybe $30 altogether instead of like $130. So I was totally fine with it.
Yeah, Halloween isn't even what it used to be anymore.
Oh, it
Cuz
hasn't
I
been for
used
a
to
while.
when I'd say 8 to 10 years old. That would be 91 to 93. I would take 2 pillowcases. So I
Hmm.
remember having my pillowcase and then I'd have another one in my back pocket for the second half of the night. And like you'd wait to see the police driving around town. You flag them down. You can get candy off them too.
Right. See, I think we're close to the same age. I'm 38. I was going to say I turned 38. Uh, I'm 38. So I was about the same age. And like the neighbors, they would are you gonna do a trick or for a treat? And I'm just like, I
There's
would do
always
it.
that one
I
house that
we
made you
always
sing
knew
a
them all,
song or something.
right? We had a few, but yeah,
And
and
there's
they
always
don't care.
that older couple. There's always that older couple down on the corner that had the full size chocolate bars, or they
hmm
gave away $1 or something.
We have where I really don't think my kids are ever gonna trick or treat again. They're at that age where it's just like just buy candy. We don't even want to do it, so it's
Yeah,
whatever. But we had one neighbor that would give the kids, like, instead of putting it in their bag, they would just hand each one of the kids and each one of us adults either, like, the kids, like Capri Sun or a soda or pop, what I don't know what you call that. But us adults, we had a choice. We could have a beer, one of those frozen margaritas, or yeah, it's great. And I trusted them. Like, I grew up in that area, of course, so I trusted them, but they weren't even doing that kind of stuff anymore.
mm,
Like, I don't know. Most of the people, it seems around, it might just be the area that we go, but they just leave a bowl of candy outside and say, take a couple pieces, like with a note. It's
yeah.
definitely not like you would get like a bowl of candy from like each house almost, or at least a big handful. Definitely everything's changed.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now Halloween, now trick or treating's over at 4 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, that was when we were just getting going.
Right. We started, it was still there was a little light out. We would walk around like the whole little town, and we'd come back. And of course, our parents would go through the candy, and
Yeah,
then
take out
it
their
was the game.
favorites and the unsealed ones.
Right. And it was like fair game after that. Like I could eat whatever. I was an only child, so I was a little spoiled when it came to my parents. I'm sure they did, but I never realized when they ate my candy. I probably gave it to them.
See, our parents would take like we'd take a bunch of candy out. We were allowed to take a bunch of candy out, keep it in our room, but they would take the rest of it, and then Mom would ration it out, like put a few candies in our lunch every day, right? Because otherwise, if it was all in my bedroom, I'd eat it all that day. I didn't
Right.
care. But you always heard the candy bags rustling after your parents go to bed. You always knew that they were eating candy at night.
Yeah,
Mine
that's
were
true.
anyway.
I'm sure mine did. I really never noticed it because I always had so much.
Yeah, yeah. Between my mom and my dad, I'm an only child. I've got I've got quite a few half siblings and a couple of stepbrothers.
I have a half sister. She's 18 years younger than me, so I was pretty much grown up by the time she was born. We'll put it this way, my sister and my oldest son, which is the 18-year-old, are a few days over a year and a half apart in age.
Hmm.
Yeah, because my sister's she'll be 20, which is so weird to say out loud. She'll be 20 next month. So I didn't have that whole. I don't know. I try to be like the big sister, but I just don't really know how. It's like we talk. She calls me when she needs to vent, and I don't mind it at all. I don't always know what to say to her, but I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, sometimes it
But
helps just to be an ear.
right, and I know how it is. She's got a lot of the same issues that I have, so it's kind of like we can relate on certain levels. But I told her last time she did that, I said, if you stop putting up with the crap from other people, you're an adult now. It's time to be one. And she goes, "Oh my God." And I was like, "What?" I said, "I'm not trying to be mean. I just grew up like 7 years ago, so I really have no room to talk about this. But you, living at home with her parents, that's whatever. But she doesn't have a job. She doesn't go to school. She's just not doing anything with her life." And that's what I was meaning. And she got so defensive over it. I was like, oh my gosh. I guess this is the big sister role that I'm supposed to be doing, trying to tell her, don't do what I did and wait till you're in your 30s before you decide not be a kid anymore. Which I guess
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't really being a kid. I was just not being as responsible as I should have been, having my own children. She's like, you don't know what you're talking about. It's rough living here. And I'm like, exactly. That's why I have nothing to do with our father. Like, this. But she's really
Yeah.
on that side of my family. I talked to a few cousins, an aunt, an uncle, and my sister. That's it. Like, I don't talk to the rest of them. It's too much.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Neville.
All right, I think I'm gonna jump. I just want to come on and say, hey, glad to see you on here.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure I'll see you around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Bye bye. Someone named Neville from Australia bought some Dale Earnhardt books off of me. But I imagine Neville's a pretty common name in Australia. Hey, Don. Hey, Mel. I'm building the Space Needle. That looks like hell, but you're not supposed to look at that. Even though that's towards the ground. Looks better if I go like that. So that's just the top. I got a piece over there, a couple pieces here, and a couple of pieces back there. Paint them all up, put them all together, call it a night. Unless something exciting happens that warrants staying around after that. Hey, BCP. It's kind of interesting the Space Needle's got a built-in pop socket. What? What do you want? Want to go outside? The boss is calling. I'm building that. Two hours. I gotta get cooking here. I figured I'd ever done in 3. Almost everything about Seattle Center is absolutely amazing. Krillin was here. He said hi and that was it. I think I put him to sleep. Nine people. Holy cow. It's rush hour. I have been in every square inch of Seattle Center. Yeah, every square inch. My favorite is the Hendrix display, the Hendrix exhibit. But the bitches won't let you take any pictures there. And we don't own the stuff. You can't take pictures. Well, how am I supposed to cherish this moment? Travel back to Seattle every time I want to relive the memory? But I think the Hendrix display was in the Experience Music Project, where they had that giant that tornado of guitars that went up, that was 2 stories tall, 2 floors tall. I snapped a picture of that and then I got jumped. Gonna have cameras in here. Yeah, right? Well, it isn't even that. Like, they don't own the exhibit, so they cannot permit you to take pictures. It's, I don't know. And then you let the public in there to see it, but they're not allowed to take pictures. I was like, do these people that own the whole setup there and all the Hendrix stuff, do the people that own it don't want anybody to remember seeing it? I don't know. My favorite in the Experience Music project was actually it was up on the second floor where you can learn. They got the drum machine and the keyboard machine, and it teaches you how to play. Little actuators inside the drums that make it strum. It's pretty cool. Yeah, crazy people. $2.22. I am going to display it half-assed proudly. Display it proudly with one caveat that they don't look at all the details because it's a really crappy paint job. But the whole idea is to have it on display with a whole bunch of other stuff, and you won't be able to see that. That's a hell of an idea, dude. Like in the restaurant, you stick the tickets on there after you cook the food. I'm going to display it with a bunch of other stuff that I'm making. Because I'm going to have, I'm going to have my logos, like all the little stuff like this that I made. And I almost put black paint on a Alberta flag. But, there'll be the logos. I'll have the tower. I'm thinking of doing a Calgary tower as well, but it looks almost exactly the same as a Space Needle. But there'll be like famous buildings. If I can find the right settings for the printer, I'll try to do an Eiffel Tower again. And I'm also doing rockets, model rockets. But yeah, it's for myself, but everything does have a price, don't it? Hey, Tommy. Canadian toothpick. Well, what kind of tooth gap you think we have, man? Ain't nothing like that. God, you might as well just use a shovel. Not really favorite places so much as my favorite things. Like I'll have a Seattle tower. Um, I'm gonna do like the different models of rockets, like space vehicles. So I'm gonna have Shuttle. I'm gonna have the Falcon Heavy. Maybe the Falcon 9. Um, what's that other one? Drawing a blank right now. But you get the idea. I'm getting there. No, my owner wants back in. I never collected bodies, to be perfectly transparent. Too much liability. My magpies are working. No, they're all dead. And they're not peeing on my satellite dish. Dirty bastards. I'm gonna get all this painted and it's not gonna click together. That's gonna suck. I shouldn't say that. I should say that would suck. Gonna set myself up there. Ah, damn it. Thanks for hanging out, Neville. See you again. God, this is gonna be a disaster. Uh-oh. Supposed to just click right in. All right. Man, StreamYard is being really weird. I've actually heard stories of entire chickens being blown out of the, not pressure relief, an entire chicken just vaporized and blown up onto the ceiling. Thanks for dropping in. I am warm. I'm very warm. I wouldn't have it any other way. Does that look straight? That does not look straight. Try this. There. Just needed some persuasion. Next would be this guy, right? Yeah. Good night, Tracy. Good night, Don. That guy. Screws in like that. That is so cool that this guy modeled it so it would just screw together like this. And he even made it so when it's tight, I'm gonna back it off a tiny bit. When it's tight, it actually lines everything up there. Now, where's that other piece? This guy. God, this thing's massive. Boom! Did I get a new 3D printer? No, it was the one I've always had. I've just been keeping it busy. Here is the breakdown of all the pieces and how many hours it took. That's hours just to be made. Looking at 120 hours, and then I'm at 3 hours and 5 minutes for paint and assembly. By far, it's my most ambitious. Apologize if the camera picks all that racket up. It's my most ambitious project yet. Oh, fuck, this thing's gorgeous. I should just move to Seattle. And shit. Yay! That is top heavy like a bastard. Didn't quite line up there. You can see that. I'll actually put a rubber band around that to suck those beams in so they're straight, and then put a little dab of super glue on there. That'll hold it straight. And now the base. Got my last project that I built on live. That didn't work out, like, not one bit. Because I monkeyed with the sizes, with the scale, but I didn't have any bolts that were the right size. I just looked like a goober. Hey, I'm making this stuff, come watch me, and then you watch me for hours. Then I don't do nothing. God damn. That's like literally way up there. it is at the top of the antenna. It is 32.5 inches. This thing's a work of art, guys. This is one I made. This was 1.2 times the model. Basically, the model that is provided on the link in the description, I increased the sizes by 1.2, and I got this. For this big beautiful bitch was twice. It was 2 sizes. So I'm going to put this behind me so you guys can see the whole thing in the frame. Doesn't that thing look gorgeous? I just need the whole Seattle skyline there now. Yeah, with the Canada flag in the background. You know, the paint was crap. You can see where all my crappy paint job was. But what do you expect when... See, that's not working at all. Might do one more turn. PLA is really brittle, actually. You put enough force on it, it'll just snap. So I'll just have to glue that in place. That too. So I'll just glue them. And then when that paint dries, like up there, right there, that's just from handling it. In there, I'll just scrape those off once it dries, because it's easier to clean that off once it's dry than it is when it's wet. Yeah, I do. Well, where the... Oh, it's down here. Right there. Alright, this is going to impress y'all. Not mirror idea. I'm actually going to credit John. Nevermore Antiques. Oh, because that's... he gave me that idea. This will impress y'all. I had this little pen cup. But it's kind of faceted. You can see all the different designs on it. It's just a simple little... I wonder if this one will be, because it's clear. You can kind of see the facets in the edges, right? Well, I went bigger with that one too. And I'm right impressed by it, actually. I start with black, then I went fuchsia, and then this top is actually glow in the dark green. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm kind of picturing setting that up. Like if I can find an LED light string that's small enough to put inside there. For pens and stuff. You turn the light off. It's still glowing. That was the whole idea with that. I don't think I showed off any of these though. Funko, Tonka, that yellow paint didn't turn out quite the way I wanted, but this guy yet. I was more or less just playing around. Edmonton Oilers logo. I think most people have seen this one. This one finally got finished. Monkeying around with that forever. And that's actually two pieces. That's the star and the wars. Was two pieces. I just stuck them together like that. I was going to put one more layer of epoxy on there to smooth it out. But I think that looks kind of cool being rough and concave like that. PlayStation logo. Oh, and my Autobot and Decepticon logos. Almost forgot about them because they're in the other room. That was a little guy. And then the pink one, or fuchsia, depending on how picky you are. In the base, I put a little red line. The base and the pedestal, I printed them at the same time. But I kept switching the filament. Couple layers black, couple layers fuchsia, couple layers black. Then I threw in that red line just for shits and gigs. I really like how this one turned out. And I didn't use foil or paint. or anything on that one. That is all filament for that color. I don't have a dual extruder, but I can cut the filament as it's going in and then feed the next color in. Make sure the timing is right. It's not rocket surgery. Made a battery compartment with a flawed design. The double A's get stuck in there all the time. Yeah, as I was explaining that, I saw your picture and realized that I was talking about somebody in front of their back. Anyway, both of these guys are set up on their own little stands, printed stands. You got the Autobots and the Decepticons. And that's just with aluminum foil, like aluminum tape. That was actually a lot of fun to do. Get in there, all those angles. See, you gotta, all those beveled edges. And you can kind of see where I didn't quite get it. Yeah, that's two of my favorite ones. They always go together. They're on their own matching stands. I'm running out of room in here. I'm trying to clean this office up. So I want to build a desk around the wall. Yeah, I think I did one of those on a live when you were around, when you were on with me. At least one of them. So we are looking at 123 hours and change. After you go 100 hours of work in a week, once you had 15 minutes, doesn't matter. For that guy. And this red one just took 83 hours. Now this will give you an idea how good of a job this guy did with the model. They're threaded, y'all. Done. The white one here, it was messing up royally on those inside threads, and I couldn't save them once it printed, and then printed the dome on top. Will I build the desk using? No, I won't. But I'm going to try to use granite countertop from the Restore. Get a nice L. It's off the floor, so I can actually clean the floor. Got paid 20 bucks an hour. Yeah, right? It was the 3D printer that was working day and night. And if Hey, it won't go in. If, like, I could see the job, the print job, each one I did, and if it looked like a print job would end while I'm in bed, I would actually speed it up or slow it down so it would end when I was awake, and then I was able to go ahead and print the next piece right away. Boy, is it that hard? I never knew it to be that hard. There we go. Brittle as hell, this stuff. There's actually a repair there from glue. I tried twisting it. I just snapped a piece off. So that one's done. That is a hell of an idea, dude. That would make one hell of a stash spot. And it hurts like hell to unscrew it too. Cause you got all them cantilevers there digging into your skin. I apologize for headphone people. But you can squeeze a half ounce in there for sure. Oh, you can kind of see right there. Kind of see those strings. So when it was printing those, when I was printing the threads, it has to overhang when it's printing the top, and it doesn't like that. How long would it take to build a desk? Well, you're looking at a piece of about 20 millimeters by I'd say 200 millimeters X, Y, and Z, or Z, depending on which country you're in. If you got that piece, and I'm looking at a desk that's 8 feet. One side's going to be 8 feet, and the other one's going to be about 10 feet. It'll be an L. Might even be a U. So I have desk all around me with my back over towards the door. Not sure. Not sure yet. Because I don't want to do too much work on this house. I have to build the next one, right? No point in wasting money on a bag lunch that you're not going to keep. That made absolutely no sense. Am I getting that tired? It's only 2:30. Only the best. Does that turn up orange on camera? Seriously? I guess it's lighter than the red on the flag. Well, there goes that piece. Oof. Nah, a little dab of glue will do it. It's funny how top heavy the models are. The actual Space Needle Its center of gravity is said to be 5 feet above ground level. So the top of the Space Needle is apparently the safest place in Washington during an earthquake. That's what they say. They also said the World Trade Center couldn't be brought down by an airplane. Yeah, the antenna didn't break. It feels like it bent a little bit. I thought for sure it'd be the first thing to go. There you go again. It won't go back in. I think I'd have this figured out by now. Oh! Wrong hole. This might interest you, John. This is actually the Alberta flag. That, of course, is the current Canadian flag, and this was the Canadian flag in 1957. You always gotta hand it to a country that puts boobs on their flag. Then there's, of course, that was because we were part of the Commonwealth, the British Commonwealth. I think in the 50s we went through a flag like every 3 to 5 years. Made a new one. And that resembles everything in Alberta. There's the mountains, the foothills, the wetlands, and the wheat fields. And the blue sky. And I don't remember what that one was. I think it was... not sure. I'm incredibly, morbidly curious right now, though. Aha! Blue and gold are the official colors of Alberta, adopted in 1984. The blue represents the sky, and the gold represents the prairies. Our official mammal is the bighorn sheep. Huh? We have an official song? Apparently Alberta has a tartan. A red St. George's cross. The provincial shield features blue skies over a range of snow-capped mountains with green hills, prairie land, and a wheat field in front. I had to Google that shit to figure it out. That's pretty interesting, though. Hey! I guess that didn't like that, did it? Oh, whatever. What's the point? Hey, what am I doing? What day is it even? Is it Tuesday? Tuesday. I have to go pick up some random auction items tomorrow from a local auction. I've been sourcing from these guys a little bit this fall. It's kind of hit and miss because they have minimum bids. Can't even remember what I got. I know I got piano rolls because I'm gonna have a player piano at some point in my life, so I need some rolls. A box full of Arduino stuff. Items you've won. And a brass weight set from Germany with the little brass weights. I paid a little bit for that guy, but it was complete. So like it wasn't so much a reseller's purchase this time. Yeah, one of them. It was complete, so I had to have it. These guys do ship as well. Like I see guys from Indiana, like all over the States, all over Canada bidding. Every now and then there'll be someone from somewhere in Europe. Paid $25 for those. Just over $1 a piece. I call it computer parts, but it was mostly Arduino parts. And a lot of randomness. System speaker. Let me weigh out my weed. What it is you know, I can calibrate my scale. That's what that's for. Because I had, where is it? That one was a personal purchase as well. A St. Christopher medallion. There we go. I thought it was 4. 4 rolls. But it's actually 20 in there as well. So yeah, not that exciting. They do have 2 more sales at the end of the week. 3 more. So they have a man cave auction. They got some really cool stuff in there, but it's expensive. $1870s J&J Taylor safe with working combination. Horseshoe Forge. Antique drill press. Is it so antique it's hand operated? It is too. A hand operated drill press. Do they have a 4-foot space needle? No. I'm the only cat in the country with one of them, as far as I know. Lot of oil pails. Alberta license plates from back in the day. Back when you're actually given a new plate every month. Or every year. You just get a new license plate instead of a new sticker. This one caught my eye because Gibbons is the town I grew up in. My old stomping grounds. I stole a lot of chocolate bars and set a lot of fires in that town when I was little. But I was a dipshit when I was little. They do a lot of coins. Like this one caught my eye. Is that the... No, that's not it. Those are 50-cent pieces. But we have Armistice toonies. It's a $2 coin with the red poppy in them. I got untouched bank rolls. Yeah, I saw that, John. As if he didn't have enough enough shit on his table. He goes and buys another house full of junk. Flat of toy trains. Those are little Canadian train engines. Yo ho ho. I don't think I've ever seen that advertisement. Not for a long, long time anyway. Yo ho ho, Captain Morgan's. That was Christmas campaign. There's a farm plate, an Alberta farm plate. A farm commercial vehicle. Or farm commerce vehicle. From 1959. Probably can't see that on the screen, but that's a license plate that was actually put on mobile homes as they were moved. They'd get a license plate once they were made, and then they could be registered and insured and moved to the customer. Department of Municipal Affairs. They must have been a hell of a man cave. There's tons of just antique oil cans. And here's something that I just learned about not too long ago. Bill collectors, like this is a $50 bill with 5 5s in the serial number. And look at that, the picture that they take, they don't even take a picture of the serial number. It's on the other side with the animal, because there's an animal on the other side of this. But money collectors like patterns in the serial numbers. So this one has 5 5s in it. It's a $50 bill. And its current bid is $60 right now. And there's, for every price you add 20% for the buyer's premium and for tax. And this bill is not that old. It can't be in 1988. It might be, because that was paper. That was when we still used paper. And that little 50. What do you... Cat goes and knocks over the Space Needle. Boy, that's kind of a hollow foil. And that wavy design in the background is actually 50 repeated many times, and it's really tiny. One of the ways you can spot a counterfeit, because printers can't print that tiny. Just have a look at the serial number. If there's a half-assed pattern, like even if, like, our serial numbers on our bills are 7 digits usually. Oh, you should have seen him. He just snuggled up against the Space Needle and brought it down. It was, I was scared. When I looked down at him, it's just this precious little kitty. Yeah, any patterns. Like ours are 7 digits, so it'd be like if the middle digit, if the number in the middle didn't matter, but if there was a pattern for the other 3, like 1 2 3 6, and then 3 2 1, that bill will be worth a little more than face value. Like any patterns, of course, all 1s. If you have a stack of 5 and it's sequential serial numbers, it's going to be worth more. But I'm not sure. I think it'd be fairly difficult in the US to get sequential bills, because the US Mint pumps out an insane amount of money every year. But we can actually go to a bank, and I've pulled out like 10 50s, and they're all they're all in sync. They're all sequential. All brand new, all crisp. Still got that edge. Because we have paper, or like our bills are plastic. Okay. How's this one? 28-inch blades? Saw blades? 28, oh, 28 inch. That was pretty small. 'Cause that buzz saw we had to cut wood on the farm, I think it was a 3-foot blade. It was huge. And the thing would ring. The thing would just scream when you're cutting wood with it. British flag. You want it? Easy way to tell if the flag is right side up is that white part. On that side will be on the top, and on the right, that white band will be on the bottom of the red. Four feet, damn. That, a 4-foot blade, that would be something from a mill. But like an older mill, where they didn't care about their workers or whether or not they had a 4-foot chunk of steel at 3,000 RPM flinging through the air. Kind of an interesting little stereo. Reel-to-reel stereo. Oh, there's even bigger. Current bid is 40 bucks for that guy. So someone wants it. Monarch Life and other valuable policies and papers. Sony sells. There's an easy way to tell if that John Deere logo is new or old. The older ones, the deer is coming down. On the new logo, the deer is jumping up. Like that's the older one, and that's the newer one. And I changed that to show, it's supposed to show the deer having more energy and more power because it's just coming into the jump. $19.59, wow. They had a phone this last weekend. They had an old phone go through. It had the phone number written on the middle of the dial. It was 4 digits. Canadian Devil's Face, $100 bill. Well, what makes it a devil's face? Huh. So these series of banknotes caused controversy because the highlighted areas of the Queen's hair gave the illusion of a grinning demon behind the ear. The term devil's head is commonly used to describe these banknotes. Full-size version? No. Okay, I'm going to do one better. Oh, it didn't. There we go. Okay. Now. Oh yeah, I can see that. You see the grinning devil behind her ear? Those royal family, I don't know. Zoom out a little bit, it kinda shows that grinning devil. Devil's head notes. That's what these black ones are called. Our queen, actually, if you do some digging, you can find pictures of 17-year-old Queen Elizabeth. Of course, she was princess at the time. But you can find her in a pair of military coveralls working on tanks. Or $225, $200 that bill's going for. But she was a mechanic in World War I. When she was 17 years old, she was the only female member of the royal family to serve in the military. And she looked hot with a pair of dirty coveralls and a great big wrench. I tell you what. But anyway. Lamps. The guy liked his Aladdin lamps, I tell you. There is a couple of things I'm keeping an eye out for. For this next auction this weekend. A bag full of Lego men. 20. 20 Lego people. And then we got this guy. This giant reference Bible from 1971. I like these big heirloom Bibles. Or the family Bibles, especially when they have not been written in on the presentation page. But this one almost looks cool enough to go in my own collection. I've got a couple of really cool ones. I like those reference ones, real big ones. No writing in them. And we got wartime bread rations. And good for one loaf. The Alberta Bakery. Phone number is 72340. Wartime bread rations. I've never seen that. Like that. That's cool as hell. I don't care who you are. Good for one loaf of bread. God. I hope this country never goes back to that nonsense again. Like I've got this guy, but it's been made for a family. All the businesses that sponsored it, but other than that, it hasn't been written in. And it's even got, it's a marriage Bible, so it's got marriage nonsense in it. Color pictures. There we go. The family register, the marriage vows. Dearly beloved, we are assembled here in the presence of God and these witnesses. Well, it's just me and the cat. We'll sign whatever you want, though. Marriage record, wedding party. The only thing is, I think the only thing keeping it from selling is that family name at the front. The name is Worthing. There's got to be someone named Worthing in the world. Children, grandchildren, 4th child, 6th child, military service record, events to be remembered. That's cool as hell, man. Stuff like this is like a car built in the 40s. They cared about what they were drawing on paper. They cared about what they were building in the at the factory, And they cared about what the customer thought of the final product. Actually, cool side note, the guys in Oldsmobile used to put notes, used to hide notes in the cars. Like the guy who is installing the back seat, you just say, "Hey, I'm Jim. I put this back seat in. I hope you enjoy your. Hope you enjoying your Buick." And then he'll throw that note under the back seat and install the back seat. It was just kind of cool. What happened? Space Needle's still standing. It's safe. The Space Needle's safe. Isn't that funny that sometimes the most valuable, one of the most valuable books in the world is also one of the most stolen? And that irony has always blown me away. Buddy. It's not Catzilla right now, it's cuddly little kitty. Yeah? What do you need? Oh, jeez. You see yourself? Right there. Wow, that looks weird. Hey, good to see you, John. Good night to you. You don't even know what you want. Boy. Oh, 4 hours of fun? I think I'm going to bed too. I've only been talking to one person for the last 2 hours anyway. So if there's anybody else still listening, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. And I'll see